What's up, guys? Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good. Today is day 4 of our Make a Game in 7 Days challenge. For those of you that don't know, we have entered the Pirate Software Game Jam 15, wherein developers have 14 days to make a video game, and it has to be on theme. And the theme is shadows and alchemy, and it has to run in a web browser, and you've got 14 days. However, being as on this YouTube channel, we usually do speedruns and crazy game challenges and stuff like that. I decided that we entered it halfway through. So we actually are doing this in 7 days instead of 14. So we've only done a few days work so far. And basically, I'll show you actually first what we've got so far. So we decided to make a Game Boy game because we felt that, I don't know, we might get some style points for the game actually running on a Game Boy as well as in a web browser. Oh, I'm actually just running the game. We're in a different room than what I wanted to show you. But anyway, basically our idea is, in order to make a game on theme, is that we're making a game where you've got to find only ingredients, and you use those ingredients to craft potions. And then those potions, if you throw them on the ground, they will actually, if you hit in certain areas with them, it will actually cause a shadow to be created. That will then allow you to sneak past enemies. So that is our general idea. So far, we've got this movement set up. We've got a few sprites and stuff. This is just a testing area. This isn't an actual level or anything. But we're just like testing stuff up. Like, we can't go certain directions. So we've got this character, and we can also shoot potions. And if we shoot a potion onto this spot specifically, it creates a shadow. So that's what we made as of a couple of days ago. And then yesterday, we spent most of the day working on the sort of potion ingredient gathering system and figuring out how the inventory will work and creating a load of sprites for ingredients. And we made this room where we can collect this stick of ginger here that could be used for making a potion. We also sort of started to figure out a little bit more of the sort of theme and the setting of the game. So the idea is we're going to be at basically like an alchemy academy, and it's been taken over by goblins and it's now deserted. And yeah, we'll have to like figure out a way to escape by finding potions, finding ingredients and then making potions. So we also did quite a lot of work yesterday on some of the note taking and stuff, because a huge part of this game jam is actually, if you go scroll down, we also have to make a game design document. And you know, this is going to be worth like almost 50% of the entry, so this is like very, very important. So we need to get this done as soon as possible. But yesterday we sort of fleshed a lot of stuff out just in notes from brainstorming. So this is the basic idea. Top-down 2D Game Boy game. Maybe in this game you play as a character that is basically useless. The one thing this character is actually good at for some bizarre reason is making potions. Except they aren't that good at that either, because for whatever reason, every potion they make just creates a shadow. Perhaps depending on the ingredients of the shadow could have different effects, basically. Maybe the shadow created by the potions reduce the visibility of anyone inside it. There are environments filled with nasty enemies / monsters that the player cannot defeat, therefore must somehow get around. The only way around an enemy is to create a potion and use it in the right spots. What's up? Embridium, is it? Watch the VODs right now on 1.75 speed to catch up. Just checking in to say hi. I want to see the whole process. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks so much, dude. I appreciate that. What's up, Owen? What's up, Joe Kep? Thanks for stopping by the stream, guys. I hope you guys are doing good. Yeah, so that's basically the gist. You know, we figured out basically that the inventory system is just going to be a series of global variables because there's no like data structures in the engine that we're using, basically. This is sort of to do with level structure, with a bit of a drawing with this, but it's basically illustrating that this diamond here would hypothetically be a player, right? And this represents like a level, and these circles represent enemies. And these big rectangles are rooms that we would have to find. And when you go inside the rooms, you have to check all of the sort of cupboards and drawers and stuff for ingredients. And then once you've got enough ingredients to make a potion, you then would have to find a brewing station. And then once you've done that, you'll be able to sort of use your potions to get past the enemies and progress. So anyway, let's actually get into what it is we're going to be working on right now. Before I do that, I just want to say that I have spent a lot of time today fixing all of the audio issues and the visual issues that we've had with the stream lately. So I've totally redone the sort of audio setup to the stream. So hopefully that audio setup, whether you lose audio, won't go. And also some of the video capture, because it was being sent over a network, was like randomly shit in the bed for what you were seeing when I was doing development stuff specifically, not the Valheim stuff, but the dev stuff. So now I've given the Mac a dedicated capture card. So that should be like flawless as well. So I've put a lot of work into like sorting the stream out today, which is why I'm not starting as early as we could. But let me just take a sip of this drink and we'll crack on. Oh my God, that's good. This room gets so hot in the summer because it's so small. I've got like fans on me. And I've got this big thermos next to me that's just filled with ice with sugar-free, caffeine-free soda. Just to cool me down. That's perfect. Right, okay. So here's essentially what we need to do. Yesterday, we basically figured out our system for looting ingredients, which sounds simplistic. Like, why would you need to figure that out? But for example, in order to do that, you really need to figure out how you're storing your player inventory. So right here on the bottom right, just under my camera. By the way, if my camera's ever in the way, just let me know and I'll happily move it. What you can see here, right, we've basically created a variable just for that ingredient type. So that's how we're doing that. It's so simple in the end, but it was something that needed figuring out nevertheless. So now we need to figure out crafting potions. So the first thing, so before I jump into it, let me just explain. Our next steps need to be, we prototype the system for actually crafting the potions. And then the next step is this, where it says link all the systems together. And what that basically means is we need to have the whole flow of like having to go and loot the ingredients, because you can't throw a potion yet, then making them and then being able to throw it at a specific spot. That all needs making, and we need to do that before we flesh out the game design template, game design document, because there's no point in committing to a design in the design doc if we can't do it. So these prototypes need finishing to make sure we can definitely do what we want to do. Day 4, we're getting so close, so we need to frickin' be super fast now. So first things first, what I think I need to do is put a few actors down in this test room here that can represent different ingredients, and we need to basically create a scenario where we're getting multiple ingredients. I think let's group this. I think what we should do is disable collision, hide self. My camera's definitely in the way here, isn't it? Let me move it. Bottom left, maybe, for now. Yeah, hide self, disable collisions, hide self, display this box, increase this. So I think what we should do is I think we should copy this event and then create it as a script. Called collect ginger. And we'll put it here. And instead, ooh, that's not good. We need to add what it is we're hiding and disabling as a parameter so we can feed it into the script. So what this does is, by doing this as a script, it just basically means we just have to do this once, and then we call this script whenever we want to do it, instead of doing this scripting on the right over every time we add a ginger ingredient. So I'm going to get rid of all of this text here. And I'll just type, I find some ginger. At some point, we need to just get a big list of ingredients so we don't have to think about it. So now we've created a script called collect ginger. It has a parameter. We can call this ginger actor, which is pretty funny. And so that means whatever, this will give us a menu when we call the script, and that feeds into what object gets hidden and disabled. And then it will show this text pop-up box that says, I found some ginger. And it will increase the ginger global variable by 1. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to call script. We call ginger script. And it actually is going to default to set the ginger actor, which is this here, as self. Hey Nick, super stoked for this, mate. It's been a very interesting series. Oh, thanks so much, Mike. I really appreciate that, mate. So we also need to dude, no matter what, my camera is in the way right now. I'm going to try it in the top left. If I bring this down here, we'll be all right. This sort of looks like a turnip. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this global variable down here to inv turnip. And then can I create a folder here? I don't think I can I? No. Okay, whatever, that's fine. And we'll call this script let turnip. And then we'll actually just copy the ginger script. And then I found is this going to fit on one line amazingly? It actually is. I found a turnip. And this one is going to increase in turnip. And then give it collision group 1, collide with player, call script, collect turnip. And then we need to do the same thing again. This is going to be tree bark, I guess. So we'll rename another variable in tree bark. and create another script. Collect tree bark. You can replace the script because it's on a clipboard. Collect tree bark. Tree bark actor. We actually didn't do this for the last one. It doesn't really matter, but it will. Avoid some confusion if we keep up with the labeling. I found some tree bark in tree bark. Position group 1, collide with player, call script. Collect tree bark. All right, boom. So now I found a turnip. I found some tree bark. I found some ginger. Let me quickly just check that these are set up right. Yep. Okay. That's good. So now we need to create another room that can be where our brewing station is. Yesterday we got a little hung up on creating artwork. I'm not going to do the same today. That's okay. That's totally okay to happen. In fact, you know what? If I do it like this, it'll save us recoloring. Brewing station 1. Once we've sort of done our game design document, it's just hopefully going to be just about hammering out game content, and when we're doing that, we can focus more on the artwork. The other thing that I actually want to do is let me think about this. I want to create a sprite real quick. That's 16 by 16. Let's get the TV Studio color palette. And then let's export. Yeah, as sprites SP underscore. Let's just call it black square because that is what it is. Because we'll use this for lots of things, more than likely. Right, so don't save. Right, and what I want to do is I want to create. Honestly, for now, it doesn't really matter how I do this because this is just a test, right? But I want this to be like door to loot room. SP underscore black square. Right. And then when this collides with player, I want to do change scene and go to loot room. And then in the loot room, we shouldn't really do things like with actors like this, but for now it doesn't matter. And we'll call this door to overworld. SP underscore black square. Right. This is group 1. Player. Change scene. Testing area. And it'll put us just outside this door. That should be fine. And then I want to do the same thing. With this. And this be door to brewing station. Listen group 1. Fly with player. Change scene. Goes to brewing station. Nice. And then in here, want an actor. Door to over. Oh, hang on. This we can actually probably copy. Oh no, we can't. Because it's going to send us to the same door. Actor. Door to overworld. SP underscore black square. Position group 1 on hit player. Change scene. Test area. Wait. Oh no, we're good. Let's quickly test that. All right. So now this is good because we can actually start in the overworld, which is the sort of structure that we want. So now we just need like something to represent a brewing station. I'm going to quickly have a look at Pixel Bash for that, but again, I don't want to get too caught up on making sprites today. All right. You know what? all I really need is like some kind of no, you know, forget this. Take me to A Sprite. Let me create something that is maybe 32 by 16. No, it's not right. Sprite, canvas height. (32 by 32). And I want to save this as a project. So I'll put that in the design folder, A Sprite. Props. Brewing station. Right, now take me back to Arc because we did use this icon generator. I know they're going to be massive with this though. No, I think I just create it. I literally just said I shouldn't get hung up making pixel art, but sprites. We do need something for this, obviously. So this is like the width of a player is two of these tiles, remember? So see, this is something that could be baked into the background, so it actually use more colors. Hypothetically. What's up? Oh, Banaga, thanks so much for the stream. Hope you're doing good, bud. But we'll leave it as this for now. I don't want to get stone locked on creating assets. This is just sort of placeholder art right now anyway. But I think we should actually do this type of thing as part of a background eventually. Don't think you'll be sleeping anytime soon. Yesterday we got a bit stonewalked on artwork. Is that actually set up right? Yeah, looks fine. Fixed direction. Rune station. It's actually not that bad considering it was like totally winged that. Go away. Rune station. Town Square got an amateur band performing and it sounds like they don't have a unified tempo. Oh my god, that sounds terrible. Okay, so on interact. We need to bring up UI or something. No, menu. Display menu. Graph potion. I'm just naming the local variable. It doesn't really matter. Make. Is there a way that I can... You can't like put text above it, it looks like. But it doesn't really matter anyway. So anyway, on interact, do that. And then if so then we do if variable craft potion is equal to 1 if variable in ginger is greater than or equal to 1, decrease in ginger by 1, we need to actually do that bit after this next bit. If variable in turnip greater than or equal to 1, if variable in tree bark greater than or equal to 1, we need to create. I love 10 as well, to be honest, no bongo. Definitely. We need to create another variable that is for potions. In potion. I'm just going to call it in potion 1 because we might want multiple types of potions. And then here we're going to do, we want to increment by 1 in potion 1. And then we want to decrease ginger by 1. And then let's like copy and paste this a couple of times. Paste after. Paste after. We'll do in turnip. In tree bark. We decrease all of those. And then on this, we want to do on this else. We want to do display dialog. I don't have the ingredients to make that yet. And then we should probably set craft potion to 0. Like that smash button, true. Okay, so now what this should do is if we go to the brewing station, if we can interact with it, we can press cancel, it won't do anything, which is what we want. I'm gonna do make potion. I don't have the ingredients to make that yet. Nice. So display dialogue. I made a potion. Right? Then if we go back to the overworld and we go to our control object, we want if variable in potion 1 greater than 0, then it'll launch the projectile, right? After it's launched the projectile, want to do a decrement of 1 in potion 1. So all of that. So now we can't do shit out here. Let's like test everything first. Go in here. Cancel. Make potion. I don't have the ingredients to make that yet. Still can't do anything out here. Let's try just getting a couple of the ingredients. There might be a problem here. Let's see. Yeah, we can fix that. The thing is, these objects aren't going to be persistent, and I don't know how you do persistent objects yet. We need to figure that out. But either way, don't tell me it's more global variables. Yeah, that definitely isn't right. I guess it needs to be on interact. for copy event. Paste event after. Okay. Perfect. Boom. And we can't throw any more. So we're really getting there. But it's not quite right because of several things. So first of all, let's Google how to make actors persistent in GB Studio. Based on what I know already, I'm going to say it entirely. It's going to rely entirely on global variables. And you know what? I'm not even going to bother looking into it. That is just going to be how it's done. There's no other way. We need to just be fast. So that's a... We still, for the purposes of this, shouldn't get anywhere near using all of the globals, but it is a little annoying. Because what that means, what we need to do is we need to go like loot room 1 turnip loot room 1 tree bark loot room 1 ginger, and then on init we'll do, well, actually we can save code by doing it backwards. We just make it so that when this happens, you can't put this as part of the script, so we do it here. We increment loot room 1 turn it, and then we do on update if variable loot room 1 turnip is greater than 0, hide self and disable collisions. And then we do the same for the other things. So for tree bark, we do increase root tree bark by 1. And then if variable root tree bark, this would be so much faster if they just had text code instead of just visual scripted, but so it's faster. Greater than 0. Hide self. Disable collisions on hit. Increment variable. Loot room 1. Ginger. On update. If variable loot room 1 ginger greater than 0, hide self, disable collisions. What was the other thing that wasn't quite right? It was what happens when you don't have the ingredients. So what it needs to be is what we basically need to do is where I did else, instead of else, it needs to be let's create a group. Well, let's call this group can't make potion. And we'll put these things in here. Right. This needs to come out of here. It needs to not be in an else. What we actually need to do is what we need is if cross potion is equal to 1, we need to do the easiest way to do it to save a lot of time is probably with some math. So we can probably do if inventory ginger plus inventory turnip. Isn't there a way we can add another? Are you fucking kidding me? Can't we do some more math here? Evaluate math expression. You can actually do loops and stuff, which is interesting. Let's do if math. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. Let's take this out of here. Let's delete that last one. If I've never done this before in GB Studio, but it should be like if inv ginger plus inv plus dollar what's wrong with this? Hang on, let me look at the documentation. What's this called? That if math expression. I've never used this before. Math expressions. If I got math expressions and if math expression events, as well as any events supporting script values, allow mathematical expressions to be used for performing calculations. Expressions allow you to use many mathematical operations, such as add, subtract. Yeah. You're also able to use the following functions. Oh, so there is a little code that you can do outside of just commands, which is cool. Why the fuck is it so minimal, the documentation? It's so bad. If math expression. Conditionally execute part of the script if the specified math expression is equal to true. This is interesting. I think evaluate math expression. Set a variable to result of evaluating math expression. Yeah. Okay, so it's too limited, the one we're trying to do. That's what the problem is. So I think this is so annoying. I was hoping it didn't work like this. This is exactly what I thought when I saw this evaluate thing. Okay. So what it needs to be then is it needs to be this evaluate math expression. And this is a variable, right? And it's going to be a local variable. And it's going to be can't make. Right? And it needs to do let me actually quickly take a look at that documentation real quick again. Set a variable to the result of having a math expression. Sorry, set a variable to the result of evaluating a math expression. Yeah, so this variable is going to equal whatever we do here. So what we need to do is we need to do $inv ginger plus. There we go, it's working now. $inv turnip plus $inv tree bark. Perfect. And then we need to do this. Is so dumb that it works like this. But again, we're making a Game Boy game, so it's got to be basic. Then we need to do if can't make. Wait, it doesn't recognize can't make. Okay. If can't make is less than 3. Do this. All right. So now we should have achieved several things. First of all, if we go in this room, collect this ginger, we leave the room, we go back in the room. Oh, we see the ginger disappear. That's kind of annoying. We can do all of this on room in it instead. So we can change how we do this. If we move all of these over to room in it. This is kind of annoying now. Need to label our object so we know what we're doing here. Hide, ginger, disable, ginger. Okay. Let's do the same with this one. Copy. If I delete this, it should be fine. Paste event after. This one is tree bark. Tree bark. So you see, we're doing it on a room in it before the fading occurs so that you won't see it. That's how we're fixing this problem. Copy event. Delete event. Paste event after. Turn it. Turn it. Alright, hopefully we'll fix that. So, we go in here. We collect a piece of ginger. We leave. We go back in. Boom, perfect. Right, now if we go into this other place, hopefully if we go and try and make a potion, I don't have the ingredients to make that yet. Let's get some more. I don't have the ingredients to make that yet. to turn it. I made a potion. Wait, why did it say... Oh, I know why it said it. That's funny. Because once we've crafted it, we don't have the ingredients. What we actually need to do... It didn't try to do it again. What it's doing is... If you collect that menu option, it runs all of this script. So what happens is... It made the potion. But then after it made the potion, it still checked if you had the ingredients. And because you just made it, you don't have the ingredients. So what we need to do is... at the end of all of this, we need to also make set variable the value. We also need to make menu equal to 0 so that it closes this loop before it runs the next bit. That still might not work. Let me try it. Because it might do it for one more frame. I don't know if it'll allow itself to leave. Yeah, it does it for one more frame. So that we need to then do a local variable that can be called made potion, and we can equal that to 1, and then we'll do an if variable made potion is equal to 0. Then do this stuff. Now it should be fine. You're all good, dude. Made a potion. There we go. Perfect. There is one other thing that I want to test, but we have to restart the game now because we're limited potions now. Oh, Lua is actually a really good language to be good at, though. It's used for so much stuff. I've never dived into Lua before, but I want to. One thing I want to try is... So right now, if you walk into these things, you collect them, chat. And I don't know if you should have to interact with it or not. I might make it that you have to interact with it. I think it might feel better. But what I want to do is I want to see if I can make this potion. Okay, yeah, I can't throw it out here. Wait. I think we should set made potion to 0 at the start of this process as well. Probably. That makes sense. You just have to reset the variable. Yeah, before. Yeah, that's better. That actually works now. What's wrong with this now? You know what I think's actually happening? In fact, let me run the debugger. And then let me go through the variables here and let me just watch. Inventory potion variable, right? What I think is happening is we are making a potion, but because I'm spamming A, I think I'm immediately throwing the potion at the brewing station. But you don't see it because it's happening very quickly. Make potion. Right, so we've got one potion. You can see the watch variables go to 1 there. Oh. What? It's weirder than I even thought. Hold on. What the fuck's happening right now? Whoa, this is weird. This is a weird bug. Let's run the debugger again. I think I know what's going on. Kind of, anyway. Not entirely. But I just want to test something real quick. I want to know, can I just throw this potion in any direction when I'm up here, or is it only a certain direction? Can throw it in any direction. It needs to be... this needs to be in here, first of all. That might be enough. Somewhat up to the present in my watching if you're making the game, but I have thoughts since the idea hatched. So this discussion has already happened. In my head, a throwable should only travel a set distance, say for 6 tiles. Yeah, it already does only travel for a certain amount before it makes its user control splash effect. Would that necessitate too many triggers for a big map? No, it does already have a life. We can change, we can tweak it a little bit. It's not that important at this moment in time. That's more like polish. We need to just make the game. Why not make the thrown potions interact with unfriendly mobs for a large area of effect? Can the mob sprite be changed for a bigger blacked out sprite that the player can walk through? You're actually, one of the things that I was going to say, I want to add this to the list, is that maybe we can add mini bosses that you fight by throwing potions at them in a boss arena. Specifically, the throwing potion mechanic needs to be about creating shadows at least part of the time, because we have to keep it really on theme to get the most amount of sort of points from the judges. But yeah, we could definitely have it so that you can actually throw it at enemies and it do something as well. But I'm thinking about that happening at specific scripted moments. I've just done the classic game developer tactic of not being 100% sure what's going on with a bug, but thinking you've already predicted what the solution is without reading through to figure out what's the actual problem. Whoa, it's so strange. This is so strange. Okay. Let's dive further into this then. Oh, I know why. This control object didn't have keep running while off screen checked. That's it. The bug was that throwing potions only would work in the top left part of the screen. I didn't notice that. I hadn't checked that. That's what you get when you're rushing, but that's what a game jam is. It's rushing. Okay. That's nothing was wrong really. I just didn't toggle that box. Although we did fix one bug, which was that if you were standing in the shadow, you could activate it even if you didn't have a potion. Thanks, Thought. Fucking hell, we might have to add cheats or something, chat, because this testing is starting to get pretty full on. So the real question is, yeah, it still doesn't work inside, which is actually good. That's actually what I want. Perfect. Right, we're done with that. Okay, now what? Let me think. Oh shit, I just opened a random piece of music software. Let's not do that. We haven't even discussed sound effects and stuff, by the way. By the way, I did learn a new thing. This expression, math functions, and evaluative math functions. They're actually kind of cool. I'm going to do enemies after the game design document because they're going to be very easy. I'm focusing on everything that's not easy, all of the core mechanics that are unique to the game that I sort of don't 100% know if we're going to be able to do until we figured out how. I'm going to do those before the game design document, just because I don't want to write the game design document and it be a design that we can't do. So I would say we've done the potion crafting prototype and we've linked the systems together. So that's 9 and 16. So resolves 9, resolves 16, potion mechanics. I'll just put add. I need to keep this short because we're running out of characters. All right. So I think it's game design document time. We got to do this actual proper real game design document instead of all of these crazy notes. Let me create a note about this first before I forget about it. Potential mini bosses. At the end of a level, you could have to fight mini bosses that are larger goblins that you fight by throwing potions at them, shooter style. This could really solve one of the problems of stuff not seeming fun enough. I don't know if we're 100% going to do this. But anyway. Can't wait for Pirate Software to just do a theme with nothing but frustration as its theme. That's pretty funny. Right, we've got to flesh out a game design document. So they do provide a sample game design document. I think I need to create a throwaway Google account for this, because otherwise I'm going to get spammed to my actual email addresses. Honor. So yeah, let me just hide the screen real quick and let me create like a throwaway Gmail account, because I don't really want my Gmail account just being public to anyone who reads the game design document. You know what I mean? Yeah, it seems kind of weird. I almost read it out loud, which wouldn't be the end of the world because I'm creating a throwaway. This is also a Pirate Software game jam. His community is full of hackers, literally. The guy's like a famous hacker. This seems like a potential disaster, which is making me think creating this password. Let me create an actual secure password. Let me open this, fire up my one password. Just fuck this. Too dangerous. What? Oh, I know why it's not doing it. It's not letting me log in because I'm using a Mac keyboard on a Windows machine, so special character wasn't right. 1 second. Okay. All right. Done. All right. God damn it, Google. How many times do I have to click next to create a fucking email? I think we're Gucci though. Yeah, that is something that we've discussed, Nobunaga. But yeah, it's just depends on scope and stuff, like what we have time to implement. The game has to be very bare bones to begin with, and then we'll, if we can add other additional things afterwards, then we will. Okay. I think I can show the screen now. Make a copy. Is this actually what they wanted to provide? No, that's not what. There's a website. that Pirate Software has. It's called like Make Games or something, where they provide a template, because this isn't really a template, it's just someone else's game design document. You know what I mean? I personally hate game design documents like this. I think using an Obsidian vault is far better. You're essentially creating like a private wiki that can do anything. That is even better than a private wiki. Even it's like a whole like knowledge base. But this is like standard industry standard shit. Like I've seen and done like a million times. But it's so boring, it makes me hurt inside. But they're probably gonna really want it like this, if this is what they're showing as an example, which kind of sucks, but the thing is, if they didn't insist on it being a Google Doc, we could just do it all in Obsidian, because they essentially it's just markdown files, but because they want it in a Google Doc, we can't do that. Saying something is simple doesn't make it so. No bunker. We don't like something being easy to do in isolation is different to adding dozens of additional things we have to script. We're not going to add bells and whistles when we don't have any foundation. Right now, we're day 4 into a game jam with no game. We've got prototypes of all core mechanics. We're not going to waste time on tons of additional bells and whistles until we actually have a game now. So now we've prototyped the unique mechanics that are fundamental. We could sit and hypothetically make like a ton of more unique mechanics, right, and keep going with it like we're sort of talking about, and prototype all of those as well. But what you kind of need to do, this is like really essential for anyone that wants to get into making games, that actually wants to be successful. And when I say successful, I just mean that wants to actually finish games and release them. One of the things that has always inspired me to eventually get into doing game developer content, which is sort of what this is the beginning of, is basically, hang on, let me actually pause the music because this is important. Okay, so one of the most important things when you're in a game jam is to focus on all of the fundamentals that make your game what it is. But This actually totally applies to all game development. One of the things that has always inspired me to actually get into making game dev content is the fact that YouTube is actually full of really amazing YouTubers that make really great videos about learning how to make video games. And they make really valuable content when it comes to like learning specific things like pixel art or something like that. But way too many game dev YouTubers are coming from the perspective of having never ever finished and released a video game. The internet is full of experts and armchair experts that have spent years and years making video games and maybe even getting really good at it, but never having done the actual fundamental thing of finishing it and releasing it to the public, which is very, very important. Now, this isn't to sort of like discredit or dishearten anyone that's in that situation, because in my opinion, if you're working on a video game, that makes you a game developer. So you're no less a game developer than anyone else. And those people can still provide valuable information. But once you've released a game, and even released several games, you do gain massive, massive insight in what the whole process of making games should look like, right? Video games, making video games is kind of like mining, right? You sort of know what you're looking for, but you don't really know that it exists until you've kind of like chipped away at everything and actually found it. And you can't really get a whole picture of what your game is until you've built something that at least resembles what it is in its totality, right? It's like looking at half a painting. You can't really judge how good a painting is based on seeing half a painting. You know what I'm saying? So if you actually apply that same logic to someone that's actually never finished making a video game as a game developer and never released it, then just think how that then applies that same logic to all of their knowledge of making games. Because you don't really know exactly what making games is until you've finished at least one, right? And this is basically why. If you make a video game, you can go through your game making it vertical slice by vertical slice and making each of those as polished and as good as possible. If your game has 10 levels, you can start at level 1 and not finish working on level 1 until level 1 is absolutely perfect. The graphics are beautiful. Everything is super, super polished. And it essentially looks exactly what you want your finished product to look like. You can do that, right? The problem with that is it's going to take you so long to make levels 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 that you might get to like level 6 before you realize your game's fucking trash. So because of that, what the game development process fundamentally needs to look like in any context, whether it's a game jam or making any video game in any context, you should always start trying to make something that resembles your game as a whole. And in order to do that, you're going to have to make tons of compromises. It can be super buggy. The artwork can essentially just be boxes or little smiley faces and stuff like that. It doesn't have to be any good. And it can be missing tons of bells and whistles or tons of little extra features for fun, tons of little extra gameplay mechanics. But you need to decide, what is it that makes your game stand out from the rest? What is it? It's not even that it has to be unique. what are the fundamentals of your game? And just start from there. Just make their entire game just on fundamentals and make it from start to finish. It's okay if, let's say, the game's only 5 levels and the ending product is going to be like 10, because you don't know yet, but you need to have built something that has like a beginning, a middle, and an end to feel that sort of progression as a player, to feel the whole thing as an experience, to know whether it feels like fun to experience in the moment and satisfying to have finished by the end of it. And then once you've seen the whole thing, you can start zooming in on things and refining them, and refining them. The key to getting good at basically anything is just iteration. So start from fundamentals and then iterate and iterate and iterate and iterate until the game gets to that level of perfection, instead of aiming for perfection from day one. Because that is just going to put you in this world where you never end up releasing your video game and you never know if it's actually any good or not. And 6 years into development, you might realize that you've just been wasting your time. What's up, Shake? Thanks for stopping by the stream. I hope you're doing good. I just realized that I haven't been recording most of this session. That's a little bit annoying. We need to just do our game design documents. So take me to here. Let's create a blank document. And we'll call this Nick Rawcliffe Pirate Software GDD. Let me go through some of this stuff here. We're definitely deleting this shit. I think it's delusional to be so specific about setting deadlines for specific tasks in any context in video games, to be quite honest. That's still kind of good. A lot of this is just like I'm viewing like 90% of what we're doing here as we're just placating the judges of the jam because that's what they want. I don't really like. I think a lot of this is a little redundant. I think writing out something like this if you're new to making games is essential. Everyone should learn how to write good game design documents. And if you want to make a video game, the first thing you should do is try and write a really detailed game design document. So this is great, but I've just like done this shit so many times that I personally think this way of doing things is not good anymore. It's very corporate. A very minimalistic approach will go into the design of the game, heavily relying on severe contrast of limited colors to provide detail, so the design is so clean and smooth, in a sense that the use of many shades of color will not be present to confront the retro style and pixel art. This is like masturbation, not game design. Yeah, I'm not. Let's just call this style / vibe. There's a type of game developer that exists that's so pretentious that I just don't have time for. I used to go to many network events and avoid people like that. So many people think they're so fucking clever, but they're not making anything good in the video, like in the world of video games. That's all that should matter. There's too much focus on process. There's too much focus on like how smart or clever or interesting something is, how trendy it is, how whatever, how creative it is. There's not enough focus on, is this a good game? Like, are you a gamer or not? Do you care if your game is good? That's not what the number one focus should be. That's what everyone should be asking themselves constantly. They're seriously making a video game. I think it's super, super hard to do that in the context of a game jam because I don't know whether this game is going to be any good or not. But if you're working on something seriously, like a long-term project, like you should not be thinking like, nothing should be coming in the way of, is this a good game? It don't matter what it is. We're not doing animated mock-ups. Waste of time. This is good. Like, a lot of this is fundamentally good. It is overall, like, what you should do, like I keep saying, but there's also parts of it that are just, like, a little much. Like, if this was, like, I had, like, a sort of a management position the last time I was doing game development professionally as well, as being, like, lead developer designer on several projects. And, like, a lot of this stuff, if I saw someone, like, really going to town with the masturbatory documentation and be like, close that window and get coding, bitch. Don't care how fucking clever you sound in Google Docs. Do some work. This is good. We'll keep this. Wait, what's the exact terminology of the theme again? Shadows and alchemy. Yep, that's fine. Good. Target audience? Why? No. No. Why would you do that? This is not a business meeting. Oh, hang on. I'm a little bit lost here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, obviously our game, like, we can think of a target audience for a game, but like I said, this is not a business meeting. When I started making games, like, genre. I'll leave that in, but we're just gonna do something, right? Who cares? Development software. Platform. Like, so when I learned to make games, right, I never gave a fuck about working for anyone else. I never wanted a job. I wanted to make cool video games. I just started being really shit at making video games, learned how to make games, and it just so happened that I got offered a job that I couldn't say no to, because yeah, I didn't have a job, and it was a really good career opportunity that paid well. So I took it. But when I actually, I didn't apply for a job or anything. Like, I was publishing blogs. About my progress learning video games from day one. So therefore, like, everyone that I knew on Facebook basically knew that I was making a game. And, like, a friend of a friend worked at a company that was getting into making games. And, like, I was asked to come in and have a conversation with. Like, I never applied. And when I did it, and I went in for the meeting, and they asked for a portfolio, and I put the portfolio together, I was just literally just thinking that I was literally just thinking that I would maybe get some freelance work for a while or something. I did not expect to get a permanent position, certainly not like a senior one like I did. I literally was like, oh, probably just gonna end up, you know, being paid to make some Candy Crush clones on the side, and I can keep making my game. But it turned out they were like in such desperate need of help and felt like it'd be so useful that it turned into something else. But I never ever wanted to work for anyone else. Like one of the things I hate about the industry is like the way it's how businessy and shitty it can be. Like if you work at a game studio, it all being business fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. It makes you want to fucking top yourself when you work like that, and it's just no passion. Well, I don't want to think about target audience of the game. It should be self-explanatory because you should be an actual gamer. Why do you need to write that down? You should be more focused on making something good than worrying about your target audience. It's just, I don't know, it makes me feel gross. I don't want to think of any game that I make as some corporate venture. You know what I mean? I've already been there, done that. It was shit. I hated it. It's probably a huge reason for why I became so severely mentally ill with anxiety and panic attacks. Right. Let's just change some of these. It's Game Jam 15 we're in, isn't it? He doesn't do it annually anymore. It's twice a year, isn't it? Game Jam 15. You know what? I just had a really funny idea. Think you're gonna try and see now concerts ended? Good luck with that, mate. Ada's Alchemy Academy. I keep thinking about the word alchemy and academy. I'm thinking it could factor into the name of the game. But if the character's name is Ada, it makes it AAA. And I'm now wondering, can it have a subtitle where we're basically spelling out AAA is shit? Or something? Can we hate on AAA somehow in the title of our video game? To go with the video that we just released. What can we do after Ada's Alchemy Academy to make that a thing? Well, some of this has stayed on here. Excuse me. Summary, inspiration, experience, platform, software, genre, concept, theme inspiration, theme interpretation, sorry. Shadows and alchemy. Primary mechanics, secondary mechanics, that's fine. Theme interpretation. This needs to be style / vibe. I hate the usage of the word design in the context of video game art as well. That's why I renamed that. Because there's a lot of graphic designers that think they can design things in video games, but it's two different things. And I wouldn't really call... Sometimes visuals in a game are design, but in this context, I wouldn't classify it as design personally. It's just art style. You know what I mean? One's creative, one's sort of semi-mathematical. Audio, music, sound effects, game experience, UI, controls, development timeline. What did I change the last thing? Ada's Alchemic Academy in singing Hint I Trust. Okay. We called it minimum viable game versus Beyond. I'm still trying to think about how we can have this somehow be a dig at AAA. It'd be kind of funny. Whatever. Dude, you know what's funny? if you want to do this. Hades Alchemy Academy. Shadows. Help. In terror. That is literally AAA shit. What would we do, like shadowy? What's another T word we could use? We're spending a little while too long on having our title say AAA shit. Shadowy Help in Terror is pretty good. I mean, we did it. You know what we should do as well, just because it'll be funny for the judges? Yes. It's so good. Okay. Game summary pitch. Guys, you like the name? It goes with my latest video on YouTube. Exclamation AAA if you've not seen it. A game where finding ingredients and crafting potions is imperative for your survival. You craft potions that, when grown, create shadows that then allow you to sneak around the enemy. You play as a young girl studying alchemy at an academy that gets overrun with goblins overnight. You wake amongst the terror. Hello? The terror to a mostly vacant, besides the goblins, academy. In shambles, and attempt to escape using the only thing you know, making shitty potions that for some reason only make shadows. Inspiration? Top down 2D Game Boy games. Plus any crafting game. I mean, including your inspiration, I think is like not so important. Some ideas are kind of original, right? Fuck off. I'm just saying, if you're not reading the screen, that the biggest inspiration is just the theme of the jam. I thought it could be funny to do the most literal interpretation of the theme. Visual inspirations. Let's get like some classic Pokemon sprites or something. Fuck. Oh, I didn't realize that was a thing. Okay. Let's save this image, I guess. Pokemon Center. Professor Oak. Why the fuck am I blanking on the name of the Zelda Game Boy? What the fuck's it called? Link's Awakening. I'm somewhere in between the two visually. Hang on. Actually, yeah, I kind of want like a shot of Link going through a forest or something. Ooh, that's a really nice screenshot. Look at that. I want the graphical style to actually appear to be somewhere in between the two. I don't want it to be quite as high fidelity as this, but I don't want it to be quite as low fidelity as this, if you know what I mean. So I'm going to what the F is happening there? I need to try and explain that. Top-down 2D game weddings plus any crafting game, the biggest inspiration is the theme of the jam. I thought it could be funny to do the most literal interpretation of the theme. I also want to draw inspiration from cozy games like Stardew Valley and Harvest Moon idea of a crafting game on its... No, this is dog. This is bullshit. Fuck all this. I'm moving on. Visual style should be somewhere between these two games. Lower fidelity than Zelda, but higher than Pokemon. Player experience. Let me see the example again. I need to create a folder for this so I don't lose it. In a single screen dungeon for each of the 15 levels, the player will solve a short but perhaps complex puzzle. Okay. In a series of levels, the player will have a threat revealed to them in a series of levels. The player will have a threat revealed to them This has to be the most boring part of watching me do this game, John, so far, chat, but it's so essential. It's literally probably going to be like 50% of what they judge us on. In a series of levels, the player will have a threat revealed to them that that is made clear will have a threat revealed to them it is made clear that fighting is not an option. Therefore, the player must find a way to sneak around and seek a solution. They will be guided to various loot rooms within levels where they will eventually stumble upon ingredients to make potions and a crafting stations where said and a crafting stations and the crafting station and crafting stations where said potions can be made. Once the necessary ingredients have been found, a potion can be potions can be crafted that will then provide the solution to the puzzle that is sneaking past enemies. Via potion created shadows. What the fuck is wrong with Google Docs? Probably should just put this on the next page, to be honest. A bit messy, that, isn't it? If there's time left in the jam, the player levels will end with boss fights where the player hills potions at giant goblins to defeat them. platform. Game Boy. Game Boy Color. PC. Oh, web. Any device via emulator. Game developer software. TV Studio. For the engine. Whatever. TV Studio. Yeah. A sprite for graphics and UI. Honestly, it would take so long for me to add all my development software. Let's think about this. Pixel Bash. Two, four. Textures. Texture creation. Spartan. The tile creation. What's it called? PiratePixels. PiratePixels for certain sprite creation. You recognize the game design document layout? Yeah, I'm doing the Pirate Software game jam at the minute, so it's the one that they provide as an example. There's some tools that I'll probably use later down the line for animation. Yes, get loading windows. And animation. What's the theme of this one? Shadows and alchemy. What's this other name? There's another tool that I was not... Did this? There's something that I sometimes use. Particles and stuff. This actually isn't it. Oh, fuck it, whatever. I'll just add fluid effects, juice effects, pixel effects designer. What's it called again? Fluid effects. Okay. Fluid effects, juice effects. Whatever, I'm not going to go into more detail than that. I guess I'll quickly summarize audio stuff. Ableton, Logic, Audacity, for sound effects. Genre. Crafting. Stealth. Puzzle game. You haven't seen anyone design for a Game Boy? It's usually Windows PC. That's cool to hear. I'm hoping that... I don't necessarily care about doing super well in the Jam. It's just a challenge in itself. I've given myself only half the time for the extra challenge. And accomplishing this game is just going to be the challenge in itself. But I am hoping that people do appreciate that a little. You know what I mean? Because part of my reasoning for doing it was like, it's just cool, you know. I personally think it's cool that I'll actually get it running. I've got several I've got 3 different Game Boys on my desk. I'll actually get it running on the Game Boy and like add a video somewhere so people can see it. And obviously the submission has to run in the web, which it will be able to, but I'll provide ROMs for anyone that wants to either run it on their own Game Boy via a flash card or in an emulator. So I'm hoping we get a little bit of points for uniqueness. Um, my earliest handheld was the DS Lite. It ran Game Boy Advance games, but never had a Game Boy or Game Boy Color. I still have my DS Lite as well. I sort of collect I collect all different kinds of consoles, to be honest, but I do have a decently large handheld collection. And yeah, the DS Lite's amazing. It was always so cool that it ran Game Boy games still. Sneaking, exploring, and looking for loot in order to craft potions that solve a puzzle that allows you to escape a level via the creation of a potion created shadow / shadows. Finding ingredients to craft a potion will be like an Easter egg hunt. Whereas navigating the overworld will be stealth gameplay with puzzle elements and if there's time, the bosses will be more shooter gameplay. More action shooter. A lot of this stuff is so fucking redundant. I hate that this is the part of jams. Here we go. I wish I could just submit an Obsidian Vault, or at least a load of markdown files, instead of sitting in Google Docs. But it is what it is. So, gameplay overview. Sneaking, exploring, and looking for loot in order to craft potions that solve a puzzle that allows you to escape a level via the creation of a potion created shadow / shadows. Finding ingredients to craft the potion will be like an Easter egg hunt, whereas navigating the overworld will be stealth gameplay with puzzle elements, and if there's time, the bosses will be more action shooter style gameplay. For variety. Theme interpretation. this is the most literal interpretation of the theme I thought possible. Crafting potions. Do you wait to name your game until you've done with the game design document before you've done the start the game design document, or after you're almost done with it? It depends on the project, but in a scenario like this where you have to work quickly, I don't start with the game design document. In fact, I don't do game design documents anymore. I think I consider it a little bit primitive for the most part, or too primitive to be useful. I create obsidian vaults. So let me show you maybe a example of like a slightly more fleshed out obsidian vault. But basically, obsidian vaults sort of allow you to do, I don't maybe you know what obsidian is, in which I won't have to explain, but basically it's essentially an app where you can create a bunch of different markdown files, and you can have them all linked to each other and have all different tags and categories. So it sort of functions in the same way as creating yourself a wiki, which is a very common way to do like a game design document nowadays. Someone would rather, like, well, a lot of people would just straight up just create some sort of like wiki or whatever. Obsidian is like kind of like more of a hybrid thing. So I just go straight into making an obsidian vault because, you know, things can all link together. Like this is canvas with a sort of flow chart for this specific game project. And this sort of flow chart can basically also have documents inserted into it, and things inserted into it. So like this here is actually like a linked document that exists independently as well. But anyway, to answer your question, in this specific scenario, basically, if I'm making like a long-term project, I really flesh out a crazy obsidian vault with like flow charts, and then tons of different, you know, notes, and then there should be something like, yeah, stuff like this where I've got like lists with links to stuff where, you know, if you click it, it takes you to a relative document. This one's actually empty at the minute. So it's sort of like a wiki-esque thing, but it's like a bit of a hybrid thing. Obsidian's a fucking awesome tool. I highly recommend it to everybody in life, and not just for game stuff. It's just so good in general. But anyway, in this specific case, like for this game jam, for example, instead of starting with the game design document, I would first figure out, let me close this real quick. I would first figure out what the fundamental things of the game are, just by like jotting some notes down. So like, instead of, I wouldn't fuck with the game design document. I didn't fuck with the game design document for a while. Here's what my process was. Create an Obsidian vault. Open up a new note. And just start brain dumping any conceivable ideas. Just brain dump everything in just basic, what is essentially like a notepad file, right? I just brain dump and brain dump and brain dump until I feel like I've got something that seems like a good idea. And before I even touch a game design document for something like a game jam, I then just figure out what are the sort of foundational aspects of the game. What are the fundamental tenets of the game design and the game idea? And then before I do any kind of design doc work, I want to prototype each fundamental thing. I won't waste my time with simple things that's like generic that apply to every other game, to like movement and enemies doing whatever. But if there's like unique mechanics, unique things that's special to the game, I want to prototype those things before I do a game design document, because it's a waste of time to sit and pontificate over an idea of a game that is essentially not feasible to develop within the scope of the jam, or maybe you can't even do it. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like silly, I feel like, to go backwards and forwards, because like what a lot of people do is like start with a game design document and then go back and change it when they can't do certain things. So I start brain dump, notes, just notes. No, again, brain dump. Have the idea of the game in my head, and I don't want to hypothesize on paper whether it's something that's going to work or be good. I want to prototype foundational things. Let's say there's 3 foundational mechanics and all the rest of the game is just like standard stuff. Prototype each one individually, link them all together, boom, boom, boom. Right, now this works. I know this game idea is actually possible, so I can start the game design document. Then, once those are all nailed down, this is literally what happened today. We've finished prototyping all the fundamental things and linking them all together. I can show you real quick. Then I start the game design document. And the good thing about that is, when I'm working on that prototype stage, additional ideas and thoughts about the game will sort of come to me naturally. And then I still won't touch a game design document. What I'll do is I'll, fire up a GitHub issue that I'll just add it to a to-do list for later to create a note for that idea. Or I'll immediately go into Obsidian and just create a new note instantaneously. And I'll jot down the ideas just in note-taking form as I'm prototyping, right? So my whole point is, by the time I get around to a game design document, I have a much better idea of what the game is. And normally before I start actually typing it out, I already have come up with some ideas for the name before I even start work on the doc. And by the time we finish the first couple of sections of the doc, I've got a good idea for what a name could be. But that's only in a jam context. If I was making a game that I was taking very seriously as like a major project, I wouldn't stress about figuring out a name in any kind of time frame, because it's so fundamentally important. And I would dedicate days and days and days to brainstorming and researching different words and topics related to the theme of the game or concepts you're inspired by or whatever that take place in the game, and just brainstorm different name ideas. And what I did to name the main game I'm working on, and I'm super happy with the name, it means so much to me. I did all of the above, and then I would also I would use ChatGPT and I would have conversations with ChatGPT where I basically would be like, give me a list of 200 words that, you know, are relevant to the topic of X or Y. And I would look at all of those words and I would see if any of those words inspired anything or any ideas. And I don't like make it come up with a name. I sort of use it as a brainstorming tool, so I just get to see all different kinds of unique words at once, and then I'll start to pick out ones that I like and try different combinations of them. You have some good wisdom. I made my game design document before even testing any mechanics that I wanted to add. So I'm sure I'll figure it out the hard way soon enough, whether or not I'll end up back at the drawing board. Yeah, I mean, everyone is also totally entitled in any creative endeavor to work differently. So don't take anyone's methodologies as gospel. So maybe that's the right way for you. But for me, for how my brain works, that's like how I prefer to do it. Crafting potions is alchemy by definition, and the potions in this game create shadows when thrown. Literally. Creating the other word in the theme. It's so annoying. Stealth also conceptually makes sense for a shadowy theme. Let me quickly look at the example of how they separated. The only reason I personally don't care that I would care so much more about an in-depth obsidian vault than this. By the way, look at the name we came up with. I just wanted a name that spelt this out more than anything else. So, but anyway, the only reason I'm doing this is because I know they care about it a lot. What was it that I was looking? I forgot now. What was I wanted to check? Oh yeah, the primary mechanics and the secondary mechanics thing. I don't know what secondary mechanics are going to look like in our game. I don't know if that's really even relevant. This is a little specific to something that's more heavy on the mechanics. I think I'm just going to stick with the primary mechanics. I don't want to be like just filling in the gaps, even like in sort of a totally meaningless way. I can't think that we have any intended secondary mechanics. There's nothing that I can think of that's sort of optional that we've implemented or written down an idea for yet. We're not there yet. Maybe that is something we can come back and add later. Primary mechanics. Gluten ingredients. Brewing potions. Brewing potions. Potions create shadows. Yeah, that's it. That's all we need. You know, we could actually capture some footage and maybe turn it into some GIFs. They'll probably love that because that's what the OG design doc was like. I think a boring ass design doc like this is good in the context of a game jam for the judges. You know what I mean? Because at least they can like read a doc and really understand what a game is all about. Because a lot of games, you're going to be clueless when you try to play it. I don't know if anyone has ever watched like a stream where somebody has tried to play like every single game submitted in a game jam or anything like that, but it can get very bizarre and very abstract. I don't even understand what's going on. I once entered a game jam with no game design doc, which is more fun. But the funny thing is, like, when they played my game, they did it on stream, and it's so funny because I fucking love this game jam, but I don't know if it happens anymore. I think it used to be called Wizard Jam or something like that. Or was it not called Wizard Jam? I can't remember. But it was a game jam done by the Idle Thumbs podcast when that was still a thing, which is a podcast about video games. It's a podcast by the people that created Firewatch, but they did it for years before they made Firewatch, and then once they got hired by Valve, they just stopped doing it. Because I think they were worried about talking about things that they're not allowed to talk about. But it was such an awesome gaming podcast, and they did a game jam where it was sort of a meme, basically, that the episodes of their podcast had really funny, bizarre names. So in the game jam was, you had to create a game with the theme of any episode title. So you picked an episode title to base your game on. And I picked an episode that was called Disable Enemies to Reveal Enemies. And I used the Spelunky open source level generation code to generate all the levels. And then I just added on some like basic platformer inside of that. And just populated the levels with enemies that would just walk on platformers. But when you press the Y button on the Xbox controller, basically like half of the enemies in the level were always ghosts that you couldn't attack. You had to jump on them to kill them, but you couldn't jump on them because they were ghosts. Like half the enemies were ghosts, and half of them you could jump on. And then when you press Y, it would invert, so all of the ones that were ghosts would be real, and all of the ones that would be real would be ghosts. So as you were platforming, you would randomly have to tap Y to disable enemies to reveal enemies. And I just thought that was a really funny idea. And they were fucking clueless for a good while. I thought it was like, I think I wrote the controls somewhere. I thought it was obvious by the title what was going on, but it just didn't register what was going on. And like, if they had did a design doc, it would have made sense. And obviously, if my game was better, it would have made sense. But I think I made that in like 12 hours or something. It was a shit submission, but I just did it because I thought it was funny. I still think that it might be more interesting if you have to interact with ingredients to pick them up. Walking up to ingredients and pressing A will pick them up and add them to the inventory. We might need to create an actual inventory screen. We haven't actually thought about that. Create an inventory screen for potions and ingredients. Why is Google Docs so shit? You will also be able to check inside various chests, cupboards, and doors by interacting with them by pressing A. Sometimes they will have ingredients inside. I'll put ingredients / items inside. We might need to also make a health system. We haven't. I was thinking about the game being not quite permadeath, but sort of like you just insta die and go back to a spawn point. Because it's like a stealth game. If you get found, you should just be kind of dead, maybe. But make a health system. I'm getting more ideas as I think about this. Make heal items. Craftable and lootable. Make health UI. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Thank you for all the follows and subs, by the way, for joining this game, chat. Really appreciate it. I never really discussed this, but at the start of today's session, I was thinking we need every fundamental thing prototyped and linked together and the game design document done by the end of the session. And I was thinking that is so much to get done. I don't know if we will manage to do it, but we're easily going to do it. So that's really, really good, because that means from now on, 90% of what we're going to be doing is just smashing content. There's a few systematic things, like obviously like enemies and enemies' behaviors, and like we said about health and stuff like that, but it's all quite generic stuff that we don't have to worry about that much. Honestly, like displaying an inventory menu is probably the most non-generic task, and even that should be fine. So we're actually doing really, really good for pace at the minute. You will also be able to check inside various chest cupboards and doors by interacting with them by pressing A. Sometimes they have ingredients as items inside. Cool. Boom. Brewing potions. I'm gonna capture some video for some of this. Brewing potions. The player will need to find a brewing station in order to craft / brew potions. The player will do this by first collecting the right ingredients, then walking up to a brewing station and pressing A to interact. This will bring up a menu where the player will be able to select what potion they wish to craft, or leave the menu by selecting cancel. Oh, what the hell happened there? Yeah, that's better. while in the overworld brackets level exteriors, the player will be able to throw potions by pressing A if they have any in their inventory. Throwing a potion will remove it from the player's inventory. When a potion hits a specific spot in a level, it will create a shadow that will then allow the player to sneak past enemies. Let's just do these captures now. Well, before I forget. Oh. Why is the frame rate like ass? I don't think I have a good tool installed. Convert that to a GIF. Well, I'm sure I can find one online. Oh no, it actually looks good. It's just like the preview that was fucked. Oh, I've actually used this before. Why the fuck did it just save it as a MOV? I said GIF. That's good. Let me put this in the actual repo so I don't lose it. And then no. Perfect. It looks nice. Alrighty. Let's do the brewing potions one then. So we'll have to go and loot some ingredients first, won't we? This is my first day using this thermos, and it's got this straw thing, and I keep doing the dumb thing of trying to like actually chug it by turning it up, but I need to leave it like this so I can sort. I think I'm just about out. right, dog. Screenshot. Record. Screenshot. Stop. Let's snip it. Cool. Should be good. Done. Ah, fuck. That's what I was looking for. Desktop. Is that good? Okay. Let's just do it straight to the repo this time, eh? There's no point messing around. Brew potion. Example. So let's copy and paste that. Throwing potions. We might have to create some cheats for testing, like I said, because we've gone from being able to test throwing potions instantaneously to not quite. We have to craft them every time now, which is kind of funny. Oh, shit. Fuck. It somehow fired off. Oh, God damn it. Fired off our only potion when I did the shortcut to bring up the screen capture tool. Fucking hell. What a disaster. All right, bro. Why is Alt A? I didn't know that was a thing. Can I? Yeah, we can maybe use this instead. Use Spotlight instead of Raycast. It's a weird issue I didn't anticipate. Oh, can't do this yet. Okay, bro. Don't let me down this time, right? This looks so funny. No, I trashed it. Let's do that again. I literally just clicked the wrong button there. Holy shit. There we go, all grass. That's what I want. Oh, for fuck's sake. I did the other shortcut again. This has been the hardest part of making this game so far, bro. Jesus. Also, we haven't had any audio issues, have we, tonight? I think it's all fixed now. I just realized something. Yeah, never mind. throw potion example. We can also do potions create shadows as well, which is really cool that we can get a gift for that in already, isn't it? One of the coolest things that we prototyped so far. That looks sick. It's actually kind of weird looking at video footage compared to the see it in engine. All of a sudden, the game seems real. You know what I mean? It's really weird. Don't know how that psychological effect works, but that isn't quite as good. Maybe it looks less cursed. In actuality, though, let's see. It doesn't, but it works. Fine. Still looks a little bit cursed because there's the frame rate being slightly off because it's a GIF. Ruins it a little bit, but I'd say our game design doc's actually looking really solid now. Okay. How are we conveying the theme in the art? I mean, we don't necessarily need to. But we sort of can write about that. The theme of alchemy will be conveyed consistently throughout the environments of the game as it takes place in a recently terrorized alchemy academy the tiles that are manipulated to create shadows will convey the theme also. Style/vibe. Somewhat limited here due to being a Game Boy game, but the overall style and vibe of the art should be a little spooky and run down, but still fun and light-hearted, not too foreboding. This is still mostly a crafting and exploration game after all. So keep it light-hearted. Also, like, pixel art wise, I'm kind of liking part of what we've got going from a pixel art perspective. The art will be a little noisier than your average Game Boy Color game with a contrast. No, I don't know if I want a contrast with a pretty drab color palette. These two things combined should give the art a unique sense of identity that overall conveys something went wrong here in the academy. Should probably put that in quotation marks. It's basically abstraction. Right? Okay. Okay, that's better. Right. Music. The music will be limited by the fact that it will have to use the Game Boy's 8-bit. Sorry, not 8-bit. The Game Boy's built-in MIDI music system via GB Studio. But overall, the music will be mostly ambient and spooky. Sound effects will also be somewhat limited due to the game being on Game Boy, but some audio implementation is possible. So that will be used to create more organic / ambient sounds where possible. This will, however, be limited to single trigger audio samples of a few seconds. Is all true. UI experience. Real, honestly, the UI will be the built-in UI system of the Game Boy, but there will be some light UI elements like hearts on the screen for health. Controls. Arrow keys, or WASD actually still applies. I think it's let me actually double check, but I think it's actually fuck is going on here? This formatting's pissing me off. I'm not indenting it. Arrow keys / WASD for movement and menu navigation. JCLAY / ZX for emulating A and B on the Game Boy. Game Boy, D-pad, and A, B. Dot. Select. We didn't think about that. I can't remember. I know enter. I don't know what select is on the keyboard actually. What is select on the keyboard in GB Studio games? Never actually had to do that. I mean, we should just copy and paste this. Fuck it. What kind of game am I making? I entered PirateSoftware's game jam, where you have to make a game in 14 days in the theme of shadows and alchemy. But I decided to challenge myself further by doing it in half the time, so I entered it halfway through. So we're doing sort of like a challenge run. And I'm making a Game Boy Color game using GB Studio where you have to find ingredients in order to then be craft potions that you'll be able to throw at certain spots to create shadows that will let you sneak past different enemies. And then you might be able to throw some potions to defeat some bosses if we get that far. I'll be able to show you how far we've got in a second if you're curious about it, mate. I was really close to finishing the design doc, which is an essential part that you have to submit in the game jam. They like really care about your design doc being accurate and good. And once we've done this, we can just fly through. Just smashing out content because we prototype most of the fundamentals now. We can kind of just hammer the rest out. Thanks for the follow, mate. Right, let me just double check reading this. Yeah, so yeah, up, down, left, right, A, B, start, select. Yeah, that's good. Literally, this is the last little bit. Right, anyway, here's what we've got so far. So, I wanted to start out by first prototyping the fundamental concepts that make our game what it is. that are sort of like unique, non-generic things. Because if it's just a unique, non-generic thing that we've done a million times before, it's just standardized in the engine, and we don't really have to worry about it. So I just wanted to prioritize the unique things for us. So for us, that's looting ingredients, crafting potions, throwing potions, and having those potions create shadows. So this is just a test stage. It's not a real level or anything. The game will probably look nothing like this whatsoever. But this is just like a test area, so I have movement and collisions all set up so it's all working. And then we've got this little test block here where we go into a room and we found a turnip, found some tree bark, found some ginger. I can leave this one. Go to this one. Go to this brewing station. We can either press cancel, or we can click make potion. I made a potion. Now we can go outside. And now if we go to this spot over here, we can throw a potion and it creates a shadow. So all the fundamentals, like I said, I mentioned before, are nailed, and 90% of the rest of the game is just going to be making assets and hammering out actual content, which isn't necessarily going to be super easy, but it is more like busy. It's more like busy work, if you know what I mean. We can just sort of hammer that out over the next few days. So we're on day 4. Yeah, the next couple of days is next few days is just going to be hammering out content. So once I've got this design doc done, we're way on track for today. So yeah, minimum viable versus beyond. This is like basically where we're just saying that the minimum viable product the minimum viable product will be 10 levels where 10 levels with enemies scattered throughout, with basic ingredient looting and potion crafting mechanics, where throwing potions onto certain spots will create shadows that will allow the player to escape the level / levels. Beyond that, if I have time, levels will end with mini boss fights where the player can defeat the boss by spam throwing potions shooter style. If there's time, it would also be nice if different potions somehow had different effects and affected the world differently. And of course, if there's more time, more levels would be good. Why the hell is his text getting progressively smaller and different font as I go through this? What kind of fucking template is this, bro? It's cursed. What? All right. The final stretch goal, if time permits, would be to add more story and music. I think that's good. Let me check that everything. Yeah, that's good. Right, fuck this shit. Get me out of here. I hate working in documents. Get my eyes out of this horrible bright white screen. Fuck me, my eyes. It's burnt my eyeballs out spending the last couple of hours working on that. All right. Four and a half hours and we've accomplished all of our tasks for today. And it's 20 to 2. I was up till 4 in the morning. I was up till 5 in the morning the last 2 attempts, 2 days. So, to be honest, Well, actually, first of all, let's look at our Git stuff. Add GGD work and assets. Oh, we should have done. It doesn't matter. We could have resolved flesh out game development document, but it doesn't matter. We can close the issue here. Yeah, so we can check that off the list. Yeah, everything I wanted to do today was get all of the fundamentals of the game prototyped and rock solid, figured out, and then create the game design document from start to finish within the template that they provide. And I thought that would take me about 8 hours, but we've done it in half the time. So instead of keeping going, I might just call it for the night. So that, because the last couple of sessions where I've tried to put a long session in, I've had to work on fixing the stream setup, because we had like audio and video issues with the stream the last couple of days. But I fixed all them now, and that's all done. Which means that if I go and get some sleep now, I can actually start much earlier and have a full normal day of working on it tomorrow. And hopefully for the rest of the jam now, all the issues are sorted. So I think that is the more sensible thing to do. But let me just go through my to-dos and stuff, just to make sure that makes sense. Fill loot room with props and containers. Make containers lootable. Make brewing station room. Oh, we've kind of done that. Create series of loot containers. Maybe we can add a mini boss. Yeah, okay. Create inventory scheme for potions and ingredients. Make a health system. Make heal times. Heal items, it's supposed to say. I can't type. It's getting to that point in the night where I can't type. Make heal items. Make health UI. There's one thing that I thought of. We definitely should add make it so that you have to interact with ingredients to loot them instead of collide. I'll probably put that at the top of the list. There was one other thing that I thought of that I need to add to this list so I don't forget it, and I think I might have forgotten it already. You get some good sleep, take it. Yeah, exactly. I think it is a sensible thing. Fuck, what was the last thing, though, that I was thinking of? Let me read through my to-dos. I might drop my memory again. Make it so that you have to interact with ingredients to loot them instead of collide. Fill loot room with props and containers. Make containers lootable. Create series of loot containers. Maybe we add mini bosses that you fight by throwing potions at them in a boss arena. Create inventory screen for potions and ingredients. Make health system. Make heal items craftable and lootable. Make health UI. I wish I could rewind life and remember what it was I thought of adding to the to-do list. That's annoying. I can't remember. Fuck, what was it? I don't remember. Fuck. Oh well. Right, let's just check through everything then before we sign off for the night. Make sure everything's in order. This is what I always do at the end of a session. I don't normally stream this bit. We've already gone through all my to-dos to check. First, I check Git to make sure there's like nothing to commit. Or even if I'm not ready to commit yet, I just still look through the history there, but we've already done that as well. Then I read through all my to-dos to make sure I know where we're at in the project. Right, so we know we've done that. So I don't think there's any other... There is another arc window. What's this one doing? Literally nothing. Right, so we can close arc now. And then when we look at Obsidian, potential mini boss, we can look at like what we're working on here, inventory system, our drawing. Should probably rename this drawing, possible. Level structure diagram. We could maybe add this to the game design doc, potentially. Yeah, let's actually do that. It doesn't really show anything that good, but Um, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna use this so that we can just like crop it like that. And it actually looks like we did hand sketch, which is kind of cool. The fuck is happening here? Okay, whatever. Don't know why it didn't take me there. Screen capture. Okay, here we go. We'll put this in our temp images folder again, because that's actually exactly what I use this shit for. Level, structure, diagram. And then, oh, we closed arc. Yo, I think we're about to go, but I hope you have a great night or whatever time it's for you. Thanks, Colton. I appreciate that, mate. I'll be heading to bed soon myself, but thanks, man. And thanks for stopping by the stream. Nice talking to you. I think what we can do is player experience. We can add it here. It'd be a good place to put it. Oh, thanks, Erica. I appreciate that. Sketch of level, structure, from initial brainstorm. We can make these italic or something. These bump them down a couple as well. How did this happen? What the fuck? I don't understand how in this template so many of the font stuff is like all over the place. Just listening in the background. No worries, bud. Appreciate the lurks. This is PirateSoftware's. This is the game design document that the example one that they linked to in the Pirate Software Game Jam itch.io page that I'm currently entered in. I can link it in the chat for you. In fact, if you do !jam in the chat, you get a link to the jam page. And you can find the doc in there if you want to have a look at it. It's pretty good. I don't do game design docs anymore, believe it or not. I prefer to create Obsidian vaults now because I just find you can do a lot more in-depth stuff. But I'm happy with it. Oh, see, now I'll put this one in brackets and the other ones aren't in brackets. That's gonna do my head in. Oh, but I'll put this in brackets. It's almost like it's 2 in the morning and I'm tired and just doing dumb shit with formatting for no reason. Okay, now what am I doing here? All right. Perfect, I would say. Okay. We can close Arc again. Literally, I was just saying, right? This is what I do. I go through like all of the apps, all of the tools I've had open one by one and be like, let's just check what we're working on. Oh, I forgot that oh no, oh shit. We've had a whole particles system left running in the background for hours. I'm surprised the computer's not shit the bed. I opened that up because I couldn't remember the name of the tool when I was writing down the tools I was using in the game design doc and then totally forgot about it. But yeah, we're just closing our tabs in Obsidian. You know, these are just like all random brainstorming notes. So just making sure everything's covered there. So we can quit Obsidian. A sprite. We already saved it. Well, that's not a final sprite. That's kind of just a placeholder for a brewing station. To be honest, I'm quite surprised how decent it works when you see it in a room. And that's everything. Other than the game. So, to summarize before I go, at what we've done today is we actually achieved all of our goals for this day of the game jam. I'll summarize just for anyone stopping by that doesn't know what's going on. Yeah, you guys, most of you guys know that I'm known for doing like Valheim challenge runs and speed runs and the occasional guide and stuff like that. But I've actually always wanted to get into doing game developer content for a long time. I actually, years ago, I actually did used to stream game development because, you know, I've been a game developer for like a decade. I used to do it professionally for my job. And the main reason recently that I've been feeling really excited to do it is that I've been working on a game mostly in the design phase, but also doing several different pretty complex prototypes for a game that I've been wanting to make for years. And I've been working on that over the last 12 months. And very recently, I started taking it extra seriously when I decided that I wanted it to be a Game Boy game. And then when I realized that I could actually make a game that was bizarrely available for the Game Boy and the PC just by using an open source emulator to just bake the game into it. And I became super passionate about it all over again, and I've been working on it pretty much every day since then for a couple of months now, even if it's just an hour or two a night, and then I've been dedicating it 2 full days a week alongside that. And so I've been wanting to do it again. I've been wanting to do the content again, and when I saw Pirate Software was doing a game jam, I was like, oh, it's a perfect opportunity. But I thought it would be like a fun twist to sort of stay on theme for the type of things that we normally do, where I thought it'd be funny to essentially do a game jam challenge run. So for this game jam, you're supposed to have 14 days, but I decided to do it in 7. So we have like a 50% time nerf. So we could make it extra challenging and extra interesting and have to work extra fast. So that's what we've been doing. And the theme of the jam is shadows and alchemy. So I thought it would be funny to also do like the most literal version of that theme, which is create a game where you have to craft potions by finding ingredients. And then if you throw those potions, they would create shadows that would allow you to sneak past enemies and get through levels. So we already had prototyped like firing potions and our basic movement system, and how our inventory will function behind the scenes. But today we kind of like finalize all of our core concepts that are the non-generic ones, because before doing game design documents, before doing real game design, everything before this stage I'm about to describe, I kind of just consider brainstorming and just note taking and just jotting things down. I like to kind of like have prototyped every unique fundamental aspect of the game that isn't just something generic. Like just having a random NPC wander backwards and forwards, or an enemy that attacks you or something, is like pretty generic, right? If you've been making games for years, you know how to do that stuff. But games generally have something unique to them that's not standardized. And so I wanted to make all of those things before committing to a design in a design document, because there's no point in writing a design document for a game that you cannot make or does not work because you don't know how to do it, right? So today I actually finished off making all of the fundamental parts in prototype form, and then linking them all together in a functional way. So that's what we've got. we've got like a little overworld here. And if we go into this room, we can collect this stuff. We found a turnip, found some tree bark, found some ginger. And then if we go down here and go through this door, we can go up to a brewing station, and we have a little menu where the console actually functions and everything. Click make potion. I made a potion. And then if we go over to this spot up here, we can throw our potion and it creates a shadow that would hypothetically allow us to sneak past. So all the fundamentals are done. So that's the main thing we did. And then obviously we also made our actual game design document, which again, I hate working in just documents and word processors. Obsidian, creating yourself really thorough, interactive with tons of hyperlinks, kind of wiki style things and interactive things and node based things, I think is better if you're actually really making a real, like a real game, because jam games are real games, but you know what I mean? If you're making like a big game, like a big project, I think you need something better, more interactive, more searchable, you know what I mean? But this is obviously within the parameters of the jam. This is exactly what they want. This is what they're looking for. This is their sort of example. So I've just worked within what they're asking for, because I'm trying to do well in the jam. I mean, I'm not necessarily bothered about being competitive about it, but I'm still, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to try and do it to my best of my ability, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we downloaded their template and done all this game design doc today. And yeah, that's everything. But I think that is a lot of work for 5 hours. So tomorrow, I'm going to be going through all of my to-dos. We've got what we've got remaining on this list is make it so that you have to interact with ingredients to loot them instead of collide. Build loot room with props and containers. Make containers lootable. Create series of loot containers. And maybe we can add mini bosses that you can fight by throwing potions in the boss arena. I said that's going to be something we do later on if there's time in the jam, but I may just do it from the jump. We'll see about that tomorrow, I guess. Create inventory scheme for potions and ingredients. Make health system. Make health items craftable and lootable, and make health UI. So we'll be figuring out what order we're going to do those things in tomorrow and cracking on with some of those tasks. But yeah, for now, that's just about going to do it. I'm going to call it. This is the first night I've gotten to bed before 4 a.m. in like the last 2 or 3 days doing this game jam, because yeah, it's just been a nightmare. And I've had random technical issues that have like, I've had to spend a few hours before every stream fixing the stream. But now all of that's fixed, I should be able to do an actual full session tomorrow, much longer than this, and start sooner and get some sleep tonight. So thanks so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and you can support the content on Patreon if you're watching on YouTube. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more game development. It's time to just smash out making content. It's all prototyped. Now it's going to be content until the end of the jam, basically. So this is where things really get fun. All right. Night, guys. Thanks for watching. Oh, we'll start doing, as soon as I'm getting content out, guys, levels by level, I'll start just sending you guys builds out in the chat that you can just start playing the game as well. As soon as we've got like a level built, you guys can be just playing the game and stuff. We'll start doing that as well. So yeah, thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.